Hello. Wow, this looks great. This looks fantastic. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. That's exactly what I wanted to happen there. Oh, goodness, this place is a mess right now. Okay. Oh, goodness. Let's all take a deep breath together. Ready? There we go. Alright, this light is literally on my face. I need it on my workspace. I'm in the multi-purpose room today. That has very many purposes. Today it is my workspace for my other job. That is teaching color guard. We've got the Winnie the Pooh hat on again today. We've also got the Winnie the Pooh shirt on today. Those who know. Okay. So, what I'm doing right now... Where are all the things? Okay. We're working on this. It's a rosette. Like a blue winner's ribbon. And then it's gonna have this inside of it. Probably more straight. Like that. Then it'll be like that. Then I'll have the two long ribbons coming down. I've been working on this all day, man. First off, I had to go to Walmart because I had to buy more gold paint because I ran out of gold paint, of course. But as is the way of things. But it's alright. Now, I know I said today was supposed to be a painting stream, and I'm so sorry. I gotta get this done. Like, this has to get done. We have our first competition this weekend, so... Like... I was running out of time. I really thought I was gonna be able to get this done prior to the stream today, and then be able to paint, but that was not the case. But, it's okay. We shall continue on. It looks like the music is really quiet for you guys, so I'm gonna turn it up just a bit for you. And then I'm gonna turn... Not so much. But I'm gonna turn it down for me. Because if it plays that loud in my ear, I might get really overstimulated. Okay. I think that's good. Oh! Now it's not playing for you at all. How did I... I guess I have to turn the volume up. Okay, what if I... Why does it look like it's not showing at all? Okay. There you go. Ugh, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, I should have grabbed a water prior to starting, but we'll do that later. Okay, anyway. This is how much I've gotten done of the rosette so far. So I still have to do the rest of the gold. Now, this is what's been taking me so long. It's because this is like really finicky, and hot glue is just like peeling the glitter part up, and so I have to glue each little thing back here several times for it to do the thing I want it to do, but that's okay. It's alright. We're figuring it out. But yeah, sorry that we're not doing the painting stream, but we are doing building stream. So once I finish on the rosette, I then have to work on our other props, which are these spinner props. So this spins right here, and they were epoxied on. So like this top one, so first off, you have like this really small margin to work with. So the top one is screwed in, right, to the bearings. The bottom one was epoxied, but they kept coming off because the glue would stick to the wood, but not so much to the metal, even though I like really sanded it. So I'm having to take them off and screw them in from the bottom. So I'm doing, it's a 12mm bolt and then a little nut, and then the diameter is 5mm, because that's the thing I have to work with. And then I have a really tiny wrench that I use, this really tiny skinny wrench to use that fits between the thing there. So I have 2 of them done, and I need to pry off the other one that's glued, and I have to reassemble this one because for some reason this one's like it barely spins. But if you compare it to the other one that I did that is completed, not this one, this one, right? Like you can't really, it spins for a bit versus what we just saw where this goes and it like stops immediately. So I gotta disassemble it and see what's going on, see if there's something like that's bent maybe, or something that's in the bearing. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. But it's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. So there should be, I know there's gonna be 2 people coming in soon. My mod should get here, and then Watkinski said he'll show up as well. Okay, I'm gonna rearrange these 2 setup. I have so many wires over here. They're not organized. Okay. There. Now this is closer and easier to get to if I need to adjust my headset volume. Okay. Sorry, I know that was kind of loud. I'll mute myself anytime I have to cough. Okay. First up, I'm gonna move this blue ribbon out of the way because I don't need it right now. I'll need it once we finish the gold ribbon. But first thing we're gonna do is finish this gold ribbon on the rosette. Where's my phone? I'm gonna pull my phone up so that I can see if anyone messages me. Okay, I'll turn the screen down some so you can see me actually working on this. Okay, so we just did this. We're here on this one. So this isn't gonna be like super duper interesting, and I'm so sorry, but is what it is. This has to get completed. But if people come in and ask questions, I can talk about ColorGuard, what it is. And I have a saber in here. I can maybe spin that. I thought I had my rifle up here. Maybe my rifle's downstairs. I don't know. Let's see. That needs to go a little bit more. Sorry, it's super tedious. Okay. Let's lay the glue down there. Oh, can you dispense some glue, please? There. And that's another thing. My glue gun just doesn't want to, you know, give me glue. Sorry, this is going to be really blown out. I don't know how to fix the exposure on this. Okay, and then this needs to be put down as well. Okay. Then big space, fold under. Go. Excuse me, again, coughing right into the mic, and I doubt that sounds great. Okay. So this is going to be another small one, so I need to undercut it just a little bit. And then it's got to tilt down. Okay. Okay. This one can go ahead and get down right there. Okay. It's going to tilt down more to there. And that's going to fold under about there. So we can go ahead and glue this one down as well. We're getting close. sometimes I need to remind myself that I teach a novice class guard, right? So it's not like world class. It's just a novice class high school guard. This prop is from far away, right? So it does not have to be perfect. Like, no one's looking for perfection. It's just there so that the message gets across of what it is, you know? And that is, it's going on a winner's podium. So I guess I can talk about what their show is. So they're doing an ice skating show, my students are. And it's called Going for Gold. And the whole thing is talking about like the competitive spirit, right, that you see in sports, especially within figure skating. So they're in like pretty blue dresses that are like soft and dainty, but then their music is a little more intense. And throughout the show, there's moments where they're trying to like one up each other, right? So sometimes they're getting in front of each other, they're facing off like face to face, or they're trying to mimic what the other person is doing. They're basically trying to get the attention of the audience for themselves. And I think they have a pretty good idea of it. Right now, the show is a bit messy. And that's just because, you know, they're high schoolers, and I have to work with their schedules because they have other things that they do. So I'm always having to fight with like other extracurriculars that they're in, plus their academics. And so it's always this tug of war getting everyone to be at rehearsal and everyone on the same page. So there's a lot of times where I have to keep reteaching things because people show up and we can't move on because not everybody knows all the work because they weren't there. So it's been a bit of a rough start of the season, but this week is just gonna be like rep on rep on rep on rep, and making sure that we're all confident in our show. I'm not gonna expect them to be perfect, right? It's gonna be their first show. It's gonna be a big difference from our usual, you know, rehearsals in the cafeteria or in an empty gym where it's just me. They're gonna have an actual audience of people they don't know, and they're going to be judged, right? They're being adjudicated, and that's a lot different than just doing it in front of me, right? And then you're gonna have the sound's gonna be a lot louder. They're gonna be in a different space, like they're gonna be in a completely different school, right? The lights are different. The vibes are different. It's going to be in the morning versus in the evening or afternoon where our usual rehearsals take place. So a lot of things change. So this first competition is really always just like them understanding what it feels like to compete. It's never like, I never have the expectation of you need to do a good show, right? I ask them to do their best, right? I try not to change their approach at all, but and in some way, your approach will always change at a competition, no matter what. You always give a little bit of extra effort, a little bit of extra energy, no matter how hard you try to convince yourself, oh, it's just another run through, just do the same thing I've been doing. Something always changes. And this is for them to get a feel of that. And so I'm not, you know, trying to like set any super high expectations. Every time we have a performance, I give them 3 goals, right? I give them 3 things that I want from them, and that is for them to smile, to count, and to extend. And getting them to smile, that's giving some kind of effort in performance rather than just like, I'm doing my choreography. This gives a moment where they're looking at the audience and they go, embracing like the character that they need to be. And then counting is where that technical aspect comes in. When you count out loud, you're forcing yourself to be mentally engaged in what you're doing, especially the choreography, right? You're thinking about the checkpoints, you're thinking about your timing, your speed, where you're going, and how fast you're getting there. Counting out loud, it like activates that muscle memory that you've developed throughout rehearsals where you count out loud. And then extending is just a way so that they do the work to the fullest ability, right? So instead of like halfway, like I'm going here, then I'm going there, I'm going here, then I'm going there. Like I'm finding my full range of motion. I'm taking up this full amount of space, the full amount of counts, and it gives that little extra moment. Even if each of them only do that once throughout the show, like if they only count one time, they only find a full extension one time, they only smile one time. If everyone does that at least once throughout the show, that is 12 times 3 good moments. Because you have a good moment when you smile, and that's 12 people smiling. You have a good moment when you extend, and that's 12 people extending. And you have a good moment when you count, and that's 12 people counting. So, like, it adds up really fast. And, you know, instead of trying to tell them I need you to do this and this and this and this and this and this and this, I need you to focus on this and this and this, I just tell them to smile, to count, and extend. I try to keep it as simple as possible because those are simple goals to accomplish. Okay, I need to message and he's really got to put his notifications on because I'm having to text him every time I go live. Okay, from here, we need to cut, let's cut it right about there. Perfect, and then we'll do this. So these need to connect. I need to hot glue these together. So where do I want to hot glue them? So this is gonna fold like this. And then it's going to connect like this. Let's cut this a tiny bit shorter. Don't want to cut it too short, but I want to cut it enough that there's not super excess, you know? Okay, this is going to fold this way. And this needs to be cut a little shorter as well. Okay. Now I'm gonna glue those two together. Okay, I need my other hot glue stick. This is so bright and I don't know how to make it not so bright. It's fine. It's just gonna be bright. So sorry. Okay, where is that hot glue stick? I know I had a couple over here. Did I put it? Oh, here they are. Here, a really big one. I don't need a big one. It's fine. I'll use the big one anyway. No, I think it's good. Okay. Now that they're connected, can fold them to how I need them. This last little bit here. I do need to, I think, unstick these because these are a lot less folded right here and it needs a little more give. Hope you can't even see me doing this. Because it's going to be like this one really big fold versus all of these tiny ones. So I think I need to unstick these. Cut this a little shorter. And then that might be just right now. Also, I'm getting glitter literally everywhere. Glitter has gotten everywhere. And that's okay. There we go. Now let's see if that folds a little bit better. Oh, should probably get that a little more flush there. Ow, my fingies. That's still a bit much, but I think I can finesse it to work how I need it. I don't know. Hold on. Oh, I still don't like it though. Still feels too sharp on that one edge. Well, I guess I can sharpen these edges by, you know, creasing them more. And I think that helps. So let's go ahead and just glue it down, right? Let's just glue it down because I can always just unglue it if I don't like it. Let me make sure each of these have a crease. Okay. Now we have the gold ribbon outside the blues. Great. know how I feel about the light blue. I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that at all. There we go. Okay. Now, I'll set that right there for a sec. So I knock off the hot glue strings and copious amount of glitter that's on me right now. Guys, my mom brought me ice cream. She brought me an ice cream sandwich. She also said, "This looks very nice." She said, "I like that." So I appreciate that a lot. Alright guys, we're gonna eat this ice cream sandwich. It's a Neapolitan ice cream sandwich. And it's very quickly melting. So, we're gonna eat that. I wonder what's going on. Usually I get at least like an extra viewer, but I know my brother is doing something. I don't know. My mod. How do I feel about chocolate and mint? I like chocolate and mint, personally. Some people, I don't know. I don't know why this is such a like controversial thing. Some people absolutely hate it. Like Thin Mints are my favorite Girl Scout cookie, especially if you put them in the freezer. This is the strawberry side, but yeah, like I like mint chip ice cream. I like Thin Mint cookies. I like Andes mints. You know, like the mints that you get at Olive Garden. It's polarizing. You can't do it. You think toothpaste ruined it for you for the mint? Yeah, I can see that. For Christmas, I made a whole bunch of Christmas cookies for my local fire station, and I went there early to like ask them if they had any specific kind of cookies they wanted. And I told them we make these like chocolate, it's like a double chocolate cookie. They're super cakey and soft, and they have a little Andes mint on top. I can't remember if we add mint in the recipe or not, but they're my favorite that I made. And so I told them, and they were like, they're like, nah, you know, we brush our teeth every morning. And I'm like, okay. But I understand it. I think there's a balance. Obviously, like you don't want to have like super amount of mint and then just a little bit of chocolate. You really need to have more chocolate than mint. Hey man, you can see the vanilla and chocolate. There's only a little bit of vanilla in this one. But I like the chocolate the best, so I eat the strawberry first and then work my way to the chocolate. My back hurts. I keep finding myself, I'll be sitting and working on something, and I'm like this, like hunched over because I'm so focused. And then I'll sit up and I'm like, dang, my back hurts. Why does my back hurt so much? Because you're literally hunchback right now. I really need to work on like working with better posture and just like maintaining it. But it's so comfortable. It's so comfortable to just hang out, you know? You also have the posture of a shrimp when you're focused. Yeah. We just revert to shrimp. Our brain is like, must curl. Must curl. I think it's because when we were babies, you know, we're curled up in the fetal position. And so we just want to revert back to that at all states. Look, I have the my banner and down here in the corner where the follower goal is. That blue swirl is actually from this painting that I did. So that's what I use for my page banner, and then behind the follower goal. I didn't want to use just some random image. I wanted to use something that I actually liked. You said, ultimately we'll all become balls like Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, at some point. You know, just at some point we will be Sonic. Are you anywhere where the snowstorms are? I am in Georgia. So we did get a good bit of like ice stuff. We got a little bit of snow, but there's still a thin layer outside that just kind of keeps refreezing every night. But we didn't get like an absurd amount or anything. Does everything shut down? Well, a lot of the schools did. They did virtual days. They did one snow day, and then the other two were virtual days, I think. A lot of restaurants stayed open. I think Waffle House, you know, stayed open, as they do. Around here, they did a pretty good job of icing the roads. Not icing, salting the roads early. So it's only in like the shady spots, you know, in the low spots, that there's still a bit of ice. But because I went out yesterday and today to pick up some stuff, so everything's working pretty well. I didn't have any power outage here. I didn't really look up to see if there was any nearby, but no, there's a pretty chill storm. I think up north got hit a little harder. Like in the county that we live in, the school system usually goes off the north side because in the winter they usually get hit harder on these storms. So I think they got a good bit of stuff there. Sorry, I'm trying to get this last little bit. It's like stuck to the wrapper. Okay. I probably just ate a bunch of glitter doing this. It's fine. I've eaten worse. Okay. What is my second job? Teaching color guard at a high school. So what I'm doing right now is I'm working on their props for their show. They're doing a figure skating show. So they're doing color guard with like flags and rifles and sabers, but it's about figure skating. So it's called Going for Gold, and it's basically talking about, like, you know, the competitive nature of the sport. And so throughout the show, they kind of try to like one up each other. They try to steal the attention of the audience. Sometimes they're like pushing each other like out of the space. But this is gonna be, it's like a, you know, like a blue ribbon rosette. I still have to do the bottom like 2 ribbons that are gonna hang out down here. And it's gonna go on the front of like the winner's podium, because right now their winner's podium is a small circular table. So it's about the table is about this big around, right? And it's about this tall, like 2 feet tall. And it has a white tablecloth on it, like a nice tablecloth that's draped. but then it has some like gold tinsel and some blue, so like royal blue and light blue like mesh. And then I've clipped some little frills in the corners. But every day I look at it at the rehearsals, it looks more and more like Party City. Like I'm at a birthday party and I'm expecting someone to come in and put a birthday cake down on that table. So I needed to make something to look more like a winner's podium. So I figured I'd make the blue ribbon, right? And then I have this thing that's gonna go in the front. And I think this is gonna look a lot better. It's gonna give it more, you know, podium versus Party City. You said your wife used to do color guard. She one time did in Anaheim and knocked her tooth out on one of our first FaceTime dates. Oh no. Oh no, that's awful. I gave myself a black eye once spinning rifle. I did a flat toss, and as it came around, I missed the tip of the rifle, so it came here and it went, got me right there. I didn't break anything. It didn't break the skin, which was what I was worried about. But it did have a pretty big old goose egg right there. And I had to sit out during rehearsal. I was like this. I put like a bag of ice while I was like this, and I was like, because we had prelims that day. Sorry, I think it was prelims was the next day, and that was our rehearsal. But yeah. Luckily, our makeup that year was a black smoky eye, so it blended right out. It was fine. You couldn't even see it. But yeah, color guard will get you. It'll bite you. Bites back sometimes. Especially saber. Dude, saber hurt. I would have bruises all up and down my arms. Like, people would ask me if I'm okay, if everything's okay at home, and I'd be like, it's fine, I promise. I do color guard, you know, I spin these weapons, and then it just kind of, as I try to explain it, it just kind of starts getting worse, and people look at me and you're like, are you sure you don't need us to call someone? It's like, no, I promise, it's okay. It's okay. I did this to myself. I mean, like, I didn't mean to. It just kind of devolves. But no, I was a performer for a really long time. I started in high school, and then I did it all throughout high school. I did 1 year of college guard, and then like something happened with that band director where we had like a falling out because they wouldn't let me do band camp because I couldn't make it to band camp because I was gonna work during that week and then use those wages to pay for my band dues. Like, I was gonna pay it in one full thing, but they were like, either you come to band camp or you don't spend it all. And I said, okay, then I'm not coming. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. I had turned down a color guard teaching job at that point so that I could spend, which was annoying. But then I started teaching that year. But I continued performing up through 2023. So I started in 2012, because I started in 8th grade technically. And then I went all the way through 2023, and that was my last year. But I did like most every level. Like, I went all the way to like world class. And in 2023 we won WGI championships. So I got a gold medal, and then I said, okay, I'm done. I'm gone now. I'm gone. I got it. You know, I got the medal and dipped. I was like, I'm tired. I'm getting old. I'm getting too old for this. But now I teach, and I really enjoy teaching. It's very fulfilling. But yeah, it can be kind of dangerous. Okay, so I need to put the bottom ribbons on this. But it's gonna be the same as this, so it's gonna be 3 layers of it, so the gold, and then the blue, and then the light blue. But I think I'm just gonna do 2 ribbons, because this is all the gold I have left. So I'm gonna cut these in half, and whatever length these are is the length that it's going to be. Well, it might need to be shorter than that, depending on, because the table is not tall. I said the table was 24 inches, right? Jeez. it's this tall, and this has already taken up a good bit of space, right? Like if I put it there, that's not a lot of ribbon room left. Let me double check. I think I still have the measurements of the table in my messages, because I got the table off a Facebook Marketplace. I love buying things off Facebook Marketplace, man. I love just looking on Facebook Marketplace. I'll just sit there and scroll, and I'll find the most absurd things on there. I saw someone selling a freaking airplane. I said, huh? You could do that? But no, I see people selling boats all the time. There was one time I saw someone sell... It was like they created an action figure. They took like a Barbie doll or something that they had, and they turned it into like a centaur, or maybe it was a minotaur. Whichever one is the horse is the bottom half. That's centaur, right? I don't know. They were selling it, you know, so you'll find everything on there. Okay, so I need to go to Marketplace, looking for the table. Maybe I deleted it. Where would it be? Huh. Yikes, I think I deleted it. That's unfortunate. Did I... Hold on, maybe I sent messages to someone else showing how tall it is. Okay, I'm looking at it. It's slightly smaller than my end table. Yeah, this is what it looks like right now. Right? So like it has the blues and the golds, and it's white, and it has the corner things. But like it's giving party table, you know, like party table decoration, not winner's podium. So I'm thinking, like, if this goes on the front of that, right, so there's a center thing, and it has the trophy, it's gonna give much more winner's podium. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping. It might be just because it's a round table and not a square, but I think it'll be fine. Let me go measure my end table real quick and see what that is. I will be right back. Okay. I think it was 20 inches. So, even shorter. if this whole thing is 14, that means they need to be small ribbons at the bottom. And that's okay. So let's do... Oh, I got a bit of hot glue on the front there. So 14. So if we have 6-inch, ribbons on either side, I think that'll be fine. I think it'll be cute. I like that. And 6-inch is good. Standard number. Okay. Okay. Focus. Where did I put the gold ribbon? Oh, it's on the floor, and I'm stepping on it. Love that for me. Alright, I need to cut out 6 inches of each one of these. So... Well, I need to give a little extra space so I can glue it. So if I do... How much is this? This is 2. So we'll do 3 extra inches. Give me some working space. So we'll do 9. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Yeah, and then we'll have the blue and the light blue. Yeah. Okay, so let's make the whole thing first. So I'll tilt this down so you can kind of see what I'm working on here. I'll move this over. Okay, where did I put the blue ribbon? Here it is. Goodness, these scissors need to be sharpened. It doesn't have to be perfect because one end is gonna be cut like this, you know, so it'll be pointed on the corners, and then one end is gonna be hidden behind this end's gonna be hidden underneath the thing, so the edges don't really matter. Okay, I'm gonna mute for a sec. Sorry about that. Had to blow my nose. and I didn't think you wanted to listen to that. Okay, and then on top of those, we will have the light blue going down the center of each as well. But I don't want it. Let me test this corner here and see if it's gonna show through or not. Push this down. Yeah, you can kind of see, kind of bleeds through. It makes it darker. So I think what I'm gonna need to do is maybe only get the corners glued down instead of gluing the entire edge where you're gonna see a whole line of glue. So I think that's what we'll do here. Okay. Because now it's lifting that bottom edge. I'm gonna have to cut this anyway. That's how it looks. Goodness gracious. Get it together. One more time. Try that again. That should be better now. Now, this because now this can't. Because this one, I think, pretty obviously shows when glue is put on it. it would again have to be only the edges. Or we wrap it around. We cut longer pieces and wrap it around the back. Yes, that's the answer. And now when we glue it on the back side. The only thing is when we cut the sharp, okay, let's do this. We'll cut extra length on both sides. Now, when I cut the bottom into the, how do I want, let me just, I could keep it, I could cut it and then keep the bottom loose so that the glue kind of hangs free. Maybe they can add a couple extra of that one. I don't know. Let's just glue the other one first. Let's get the other one glued down. We'll leave it loose for now. Okie dokie, artichoke. Okie dokie, artichoke. Go. And we'll leave that loose for now. So now we need to cut like this at the bottom. And then both of these are gonna be like this. Do I want it? No, I think I want it like that, the edges. Yeah. let me cut these first, and then we'll figure out what to do about this light blue situation here. So I need to fold it in half. Okay, careful. Then it's like this. Now they're loose, but I don't know if I want to stick them down or not, or if just loose would be fine. Let's do the other to match first. This is the harder one because you gotta get it to match the angle. That one got a little curved on the edge. Let's fix that. That's a bit better. Looks like the glue ribbon got cut a little off here. I may have to re-glue the blue ribbon, the light blue. Yeah, I gotta redo the light blue. Hello, Walkinski. long. Isn't even. That's gonna bug me beyond belief if these aren't evenly cut here. That's better. That's a bit more even now. Oh, my back hurts. Goodness gracious. I'm like trying to like super focus while I do this. So I cut the first one so nice, and the second one just doesn't want to match up. Doesn't want to match the vibe. Goodness. You fixed it. Soraya says hi. Hi, Soraya. Okay. Oh, I'm getting a headache from this. Okay. glue it down. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna glue them down, and then we're gonna try to... You said you like that my hat and shirt are both Pooh Bear. Yes! They're matchy-matchy. Matchy-matchy. You said, that was annoying. I'm about to block every single mortgage company because they're in this calls or waiting my phone. Yeah. What you need to do is... I know at least on my phone, there's a... you can block... Or sorry, you can silence unknown callers. So if you get a number from, like, if you get a call from a number that isn't on your phone, it'll just silence it and it'll go straight to voicemail. And then if it's someone like you need to actually call back, you can. So probably leave a voicemail for you. At least that's what I do. Because I get a lot of spam calls. This hot glue gun is testing my last nerve here. Oh my gosh! Okay. Come on. No, I didn't want that much glue to come out. It either gives no glue or too much glue. No in between. Okay. Okay, I've stuck the blue ribbon down. Now I can try keyword to get them to be an even cut. Sorry, now I have a bunch of hot glue stuck to the freaking table. Okay, breathe. You asked me what is the history of hot glue. We can look that up. Give me just a sec. Need a pencil and or pen. We're marking it this time, so the cut will be the same, but we won't have the extra fabric in the way of the ribbons, so that the cut is going to be the same angle of all the ribbon. said, same phone died. Then once it charged, it had an update, but before it could catch up on notifications, then once it was done, I had so many missed calls and voicemails. Your phone bricked and you had to reset it over and over. Then to top it off, Twitch just wouldn't load, and then I was black screened for like 30 minutes. I'm so sorry you went through all that struggle, but yes, you are here now. And we are glad you are here. I'm trying to decide. I think I'm just going to glue down the light blue ribbon. I think it hanging loose is going to drive me up the wall. So you can watch as I struggle with this. Oh, I have hot glue strings everywhere. Goodness gracious! Goodness gracious! Oh my goodness. Okay. I need to breathe. I need to breathe. I need to stop breathing, you know? Breathing is good for you. You kind of, like, need to do it, you know? It's one of those things where you can't just, like, stop doing. I mean, you could stop doing, but it's not really recommended that you stop doing it, you know? Oh, that doesn't even, like, touch. So that glue did nothing. Okay. Let's mark where I need to glue it. Let's do that. That's probably smart. You know what? Let me. I know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I need to do. We're gonna mark it and then cut it and then glue it. Okay. What about this one? I think that one's fine. What's up? Okay. Here's the thing. I gotta remind myself, no one's looking at this up close. No one's looking at it up close. Anyway, you can see the rest of it. And then these are gonna go here. And you get what I mean. You get what I mean. I need to glue them on. That's what I need to do. Okay, I need to decide where I want to put it. Yeah, I like that. Where the... Okay. Facts. Yeah. Okay, so this is the... Okay, this is gonna be like that. So this is... Okay. You know, I get so stressed over these things, and there's not a reason to. There's not a reason to. It's for a high school novice class WINTERGUARD. That's what it's for. Look at that. I think it's cute. I like it. So I need to touch up the white paint first, and then I'm gonna glue on the little trophy that goes inside the middle. So we'll do that. So this is kind of a painting stream. This is the short painting segment. Me touching up the white paint. I gotta clear up the space, the station, the workstation. Whole thing's a mess right now. Help! Help me! Help! Help! Help me! Somebody help! Okay. Paintbrush. There's so much glitter everywhere right now. White paint. Make sure we got the glitter out of here. There might still be some glitter, but it's fine. Do I want to use this brush or a tinier brush? We'll use both. Let's start with this brush. We're just fixing the edges here, that's all. Yeah, our first competition is this weekend. I feel like I may be more nervous than my students are. I just, you know, I have this vision, and like I am the one who, you know, I wrote all the choreography, I wrote the drill, the whole idea of the show is mine, right? I picked the music, and it's like, it's this whole piece of art, basically, that I've created. And it's like, are people gonna get it? Are my students gonna, you know, did they all practice? Do they have the things? Are the judges gonna like what I did? Like, do people think it's stupid? I don't think no one's gonna think it's stupid. I know that, but I think I'm just like extra hard on myself, because like I have a vision, right? And I know exactly what I want, and sometimes I just don't know how to get it, like how I get to that final thing. Also, show days are also just always super stressful because there's so much like logistics involved, and I am not a logistics person. I'm very much the creative brain, like, yay, pretty colors, yay, fun choreography, pretty music, fun props. But then it's like, okay, so we have to get to the school at 7 a.m. to rehearse. We have until 8 a.m. Then from 8 to 9, we have to fan fold the floor, load everything into the back of my car. Then we have to make sure everyone leaves on time. Then we have to get to the show site, check in, find where our ready area is. Then we have to make sure we get stretched early enough. And then we have to do our mental run through. Then we have to go through body warm up and then equipment warm up. And I have to make sure I know where those things are. And then I have to make sure when we get to we're about to perform that I have time to talk to them and give them their little pep talk. And then I also need to make sure I get all their shoes, and then I have to make sure that we have all the props set. I also need to make sure I have people to help us unfold the floor. And I need to remind someone to take a video of it. Like, there's so many things that I have to remember because it's just me. I don't have like a whole crew of people, like a whole staff. And there's just a lot of things to remember. And it's very stressful. And I applaud the people that have done it for years and years and years and years. But anyway, how are you guys doing? Did you enjoy the snow? Did we have fun? Did we go outside? Or did we stay inside and drink hot chocolate? Well, I personally stayed inside. I did go for a little walk, you know. It started sleeting while I was on that walk, but it was fine. Took little pictures of some of the snow. I drew a smiley face in the snow, and then I went home. I didn't have any hot chocolate. I did have some hot tea with honey, though. That was really nice. You did enjoy the snow? I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoyed the snow. I think that is good enough. Now I can stick in the trophy. Right. Make sure this is step on the cord. Make sure it's good and centered. This is coffee, not super good, so. Okay. What do we? Oh. What do we think? Do we like? Do we think it's cute? Does it look like a winner's ribbon? This is going on the front of their prop. I'll pull up I have a picture of their prop on my phone. Did I make a snowman? No, I did not make a snowman. I was really sleepy because I have this little cold that I've been dealing with, but I've been trying to, you know, rest and relax a bit. I'll pull up the prop so you can see kind of what it's going to go on. So this is their prop. It's like a little table. So this is going to go on the front of that so it doesn't look so much like a Party City birthday table, right? And this will be in the front. And then I also bought some blue fabric to drape instead of that gold tinsel. like I have this nice, pretty, like it's like a velvety blue. So we're gonna drape this a little bit. So the white will still be there. And the corner things and the blue mesh will be there. But this is gonna drape above the white. And then this will go over top. So it'll look a bit more like professional winter's podium, less Party City birthday table. Because every time I look at that freaking prop at rehearsal, I hate it more and more. I'm like, oh, I feel like this looks ugly. I feel like this looks ugly. And it doesn't look ugly. It just looks, you know, budget friendly. And this is also budget friendly, but I think this is nice. This just gives more of the idea that I need, you know? Also, we were thinking about the idea of like a number 1 instead, but I think this is better than a number 1. I feel like the number 1 would have looked too cheap. Okay, that's one prop done. There's another thing I gotta work on. So they have these spinners, right? So they step on them and they spin, and they're supposed to be kind of like how ice skaters spin on the ice. Now they are, oh, sorry, I hit the mic. Did not mean to do that. That might have been loud. So they were glued down originally. So this top piece was screwed in, and then the bottom, like this whole set, was glued down. This is the bearing mechanism, right? These are the just like ball bearings. Let me change this on. This is a bit. Okay, so one side was screwed in, the other side was like glued down. But the glue, it was epoxy. It was sticking really well to the wood, but not so much to the metal. Even though I sanded the metal down pretty well, I don't think I sanded it enough. And I think it's just their weight combined with like tilting a little bit just kept popping them off. So I had to order some nuts and bolts to screw them in. Now, the issue I'm having is this specific one. So I've done 2 out of the 3 so far. This one is like, it's short spins and then not much. Like, versus the other one that I did. Oh. Like it keeps spinning. So I need to unscrew the other one and figure out what's going on. So I gotta figure out what's going on with this one. So we're gonna disassemble this. So it's time for the power tools to come out. Okay. So, oh, sorry. If the audio suddenly goes crazy, let me know, because I keep like kicking this cord. All right, I need my tiny wrench. Where did I set my tiny wrench? I picked it up to show someone. And then I set it down. Tiny wrench, tiny wrench. Wherefore art thou, tiny wrench? Okay. Working on so many things at once. Okay, I just saw it a second ago. Hold on, let me take these headphones off for a sec. Ow. They're just like squishing into my head, so I just won't listen to music for a second here. There it is. Teeny tiny little wrench. Okay, you said, sorry playing a new game with Shaggy, but yeah, we had fun in the ice. Yeah, you said you took Soraya and Arrow. sledding. That's nice. Yeah, I saw the videos you sent of them sledding. Thought it was very, very cute. Okay. So I have to use the wrench to hold on to the little nuts that are in there. And then I need this. Oh, I should probably put the drill head on. Ah. Okay, are you gonna... Okay. Oh, goodness. All right, let's see. Let's see what's going on here. There's one. There's a tiny bolt. Next. Slang. Thank you. There's two. And there's the tiny bolt. Two more. All right. Okay, come on out. I heard the bolt fall off. Or sorry, the nut came off. Now the bolt. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Actually, I might be able to if I just do it loosely. Very gentle. There we go. I don't know where that nut went. I'll have to grab another one. Okay, and then the last one. Then we can see what the issue is. Okay. First off, it looks very gross. Very gross, because there's a bunch of grease for the bearings. Okay, and there's that. Okay, now, it could be like some leftover glue or something is rubbing against the bearings, or my working theory right now is some part of this metal got bent when I was prying it off. So let's, yeah, because this is already like as is kind of not wanting to move. Let's wipe off the working space here. I don't know. Because if I have to, I could always just put a fresh one on, you know? It would not be hard. I just unscrew this, put this down, line it up, screw it back in. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it's like really sticky. I don't know. What do you think? Should I just take this whole thing off and put on a fresh one? Because I genuinely don't know what's causing the it to stick. Like, I don't know if something got in the bearings or if some part is bent. What are we thinking? What do we think? Do I take the whole thing off and put a fresh one on? Or do I sit here and try to trial and error? You said yeah, so yeah as in take it off? Don't waste my time? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Don't waste my time. Thank you. Alright. Let's unscrew this. Okay, those are 3 bolts and nuts. I'm gonna put the bolts and nuts in here so I don't lose it. Make sure that's the right. Yeah, that's the right length. Okay, everyone remember, it's the side with the tiny holes that gets screwed down. Is it raining outside? Nope, I think that's just my computer fan that I'm hearing. Okay. Alright. We'll move this and I'm just gonna set this by the trash can because that's probably where it's going. I put it in the trash can. Alright, let me wipe this whole thing down because this is quite the mess right now. Do I have another? Here, I got a towel. I do not hear the music right now, so if it's a crazy song, I'm sorry. You get to hang out with the crazy song. Okay. Good. Okay. Tiny holes go down. There we go. I'm glad I ordered the, I'm glad I ordered this set of these bearings that were like a 8-pack versus just the 3 that I needed. Because I was like, maybe if I mess up something, I'll have a way to fix it. And I'm very glad that I did that. Okay, so now, let me clean this off a little bit. I'll probably have to touch up this paint at some point, but it's fine for now. All right, let's see if I can't get a little bit of this off, because it has like glue, like the epoxy. Some of it's still stuck, and that could have been part of the issue. I don't know how much is gonna want to come off though. So let's... I'm sorry if this scraping is awful, but... Isn't this great? Don't you love this audio? Isn't it amazing? Would you rather I mute? Let me know. Some of it's coming off. If you want me to mute, let me know and I will. That's a little better, at least on this inner ring. There's not so much stuff sticking up. The outer part's not really, it's a non-issue because it's gonna lay inside this little square it already has. And plus, I'm not gonna be able to get all of this off. Like, it doesn't... Like, I'd be sitting here for hours trying to sand the whole thing down. But I will do my best to get a good bit off. I think that should be good for now. And if I put it on and it's weird, I can, you know, take it off and fix it. Plus, I don't have to worry about the measuring right now because the holes are already there. Okay, so putting it back on is a little annoying because I have to like look at it like this while I do it, but that's okay. So now I need to get those and bolts back out. 2, 3, 4, and then 4 of the nuts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I need a tiny wrench. Okay. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to screw them into the bottom. We'll do that first. Screw these in. Oops. There we go. Okay. This way, when I put the thing on, this thing, it'll be aligned. Okay. Let's place this down. Okay. It's flushed down now. So now I gotta get in there with tiny wrench and the nuts. Now I'll put the headphones back on so I can hear the music. Also, let me double check we're still on Stream Beats. Yep. Always gotta make sure of that. There was one time that it switched on me. It wasn't playing Stream Beats anymore. And I got copyright. But that's okay. Alright. Yeah, this already is moving better. Already, that's great. Okay. Let's start with this one. There we go. Sorry, my headphones cut out for a second there. There we go. Better. Oh, where's Tiny Wrench? Oh, it's underneath here. Okay. Now we got to do some finessing here. So we got to take Tiny Wrench and wiggle the nut so that it goes on top of the bolt. I can do this. This is why I envy, not envy, but I wish we had a bit bigger of a budget, right? So I can just buy better things instead of having to like make all this and put so much time and effort into it, because like the amount of effort that goes into these things for what, 4 competitions is a bit much. Okay, I think I can screw it in now. There we go. That's 1. 3 more. Did the song stop playing? I don't hear anything. There we go. Alrighty, number 2. Unscrew it just a little bit so that you can get the nut on there. With the tiny wrench. Almost got it. There we go. Okay. Put a little bit more in. Okay. My OBS says I only have 1 viewer, so I'm assuming Watkinski went to bed. Or took a shower or something. Oh, my tiny wrench went flying. Okay. That one's fine. Next one. Oh, goodness. Hi. Yeah, I'm guessing you're my 1 viewer. You're always there for me. Can always count on you. Can always count on you, Saber32. using my tiny, tiny, tiny wrench to screw on a tiny, tiny, tiny nut onto a tiny, tiny, tiny bolt. Okay, that should be enough that I can screw it in now. There we go. You said it does say there's someone else, not Walk and See, but another viewer. It might be counting, I don't know. I can't remember if it counts me or not. If someone else is here, hello. It could just be a bot too. I like this song. This song's nice. I'm gonna start, if I like hear a song that I like, I'm gonna start adding it to a playlist so that, you know, I don't have to have my crazy quick switch vibe playlist. As you call it, you called it my schizo playlist. Norlin, it's so hard to be 16 and schizo. This one is being a little uncooperative. Oh, yeah. Not even on the bolt there. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to put a tiny bit of WD-40 on this real quick. Yeah. That's great. We fixed it. Okay, so those two are done. This is the other one, right? So this is the other one that is glued down. But like, it's like really glued down. Oh my goodness. It's Speaking of the crazy playlist switch up. Okay, so this one is like really glued down. Like it's stuck. So I am trying to decide, do I just want to keep this one glued for right now and just wait until it breaks? Or do I try to pop it off and do the screwing it in now? Because if we wait, we won the whisk at the competition, it breaks in. We don't want it to break at the competition. Your stream froze? I don't have any dropped frames, but I'll take a look on my end. Okay. Nope, it's fine on my end. Mine's not freezing. So, I think it's just you. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, do I try to break this off? Like, not break it off, but do I try to pop it off and screw it in, put the screws so that it doesn't end up breaking at the competition? I feel like that's the answer, is I try to pop it off now. But I'm not sure where I can get an access point. I need like a chisel, you know? I have a butter knife. I could use the butter knife and just kind of hammer at it. See if I can pop it off that way. What do we think? So what do you think? Should I just leave it as is for now? And we run the risk of it maybe breaking? So this was one of the ones that I fixed. So it had broken. I believe this was one that I had fixed. So I think, yeah, I see, because there's extra glue here. It had broken, and so I extra sanded the metal, put extra glue on it, and when I did this. So I don't know if this is like nice and secure and it's gonna stay, or if it's gonna break. And it could break on competition day. So what do you think? Do I try to pop it off? I mean, I guess if I mess up the bearing, like if I try to pop it off and I mess up the bearing, I have, like, I think, how many extras? I have several extras. I think 2 more. Yeah, I think I have 2 more extras. Oh, jeez, it dropped. Please be closed. Yes, that's closed. Thank you. My tiny nuts and bolts fell. It's okay. We're still good though. How much abuse will it go through? Well, you have to think there's a high schooler standing on it, right? So they stand and they spin on it. So, like, take the headphones off. Right, like they're gonna be like tilting and falling and stuff. You know what I mean? You feel me? That's what it's going through. So that's how the other ones broke, right? Because they'll be on like the edge and they'll tilt it and it pushes down a little bit and it snaps up. I just don't know if this is gonna pop off or not. So what do you think? Do I try to pop it off and do the drill so that they're all just done now and I don't have to worry about it? Where did that butter knife go that I had? I'm losing the cutlery. Not the cutlery! We need that for butter! Found it. Do I try to pry it off? I feel like the answer is yes. Okay. Alright. We are prying it off. We've decided. Okay. Need to find a space that I can... It's just like the other ones had like an edge or a lip that I could get the knife under. Maybe I can get it under here. I don't know. Like I need something a little thinner than the knife. I don't know what I have. What do I have? Do we have... Is this cord long enough? I'm hooked around the thing. There we go. Okay. I'm curious if this might be too thick to fit. Yeah, this is too thick. This won't work because it's already curled up. Dang. Yeah, this is the like scraper for like paint scraping. And I was like, oh yeah, I could use that, but I can't fit it under there. Maybe this is too thick. I think I have an X-Acto blade that might work, but I don't know if that's gonna snap it or not. Well, we can try. We can try it and see. Here's another blade. Is this too thick as well? Yeah. Okay, my small blade is in this one. Even this, though, I don't think I can get it where it needs to go. I may have to just keep tapping it with a knife. See if I can get underneath it. Maybe I try to get underneath the glue. Let me do this. I can't tell if that's just digging into the wood or not? Okay, so I think I might be able to get under this lip of the metal here. I think I need to stick to this corner. Scrape off some light glue there. I think that corner's probably the best bet here. I guess I can go at an angle here. See what I'm saying? It's like glued on really well, but I just feel like there's gonna be a moment where it comes off at the worst possible time. Oh, I think I can get it up underneath it here. I see a little gappage. Oh, I'm underneath. Okay. We got it, guys. It's happening. Okay, that's one corner popped off. Okay. There we go. Okay, we got it off. All right, so looks like good. We have good markings for most of them. We'll have to do a little measurement for this corner, but I think these are going to be fine. But I do need to get the residual glue out of the drill holes here. So that is step number uno. Let's see what I can use to scrape this off. One of these tools will work, I swear. Where's that towel? There's a little bit of grease that came out of here. Okay, well, it doesn't look like there's really any glue stuck on the thing itself, which is good. It's just in the these corner drill holes. So I need to do working well. Get up underneath there. Get all that flashing off. Cutting away from yourself. Never cut toward yourself. Am I even allowed to have an X-Acto on screen? I don't know. I mean, it's craft, so it's not like I've got a bang bang or anything, you know? Now, I still want to do a painting stream, so I think next Tuesday, right? Our competition will have been finished. Like all my props will be done. Like I won't have to worry about anything WINTERGUARD related. So I think next Tuesday we can do the painting stream, and that gives me time to actually like figure out the setup for it and whatnot, what I want to do. Because I could do, because I want to see if maybe I could like use my phone as a second cam so that you can see the painting better. I don't know. I'll have to play around with it and see what I can do, but it wasn't gonna work out today. I have to be a little careful because the edges of these metal bearings, the steel, this part will be is a little sharp sometimes if you know, like drag your finger across it. So whenever I'm doing these cuts, I'm trying not to like let my fingers hold on to the edge too much. Alright, now, just needs a little hit. Just a little. That's 1. 2. globs. Epoxy globs. You want some epoxy? Yum yum. Oh, I dropped it. You ate it. Is that yummy? Do not eat epoxy. I mean, technically, hard cured epoxy, you know, it's fine. But like, don't eat it. Now, uncured epoxy, brother, wear a mask. Don't touch it. Like, ventilate the room. So many things need to happen for that. Okay. So. Now is the annoying part where I make sure I measure correctly before I drill into the other side. So let me get some, there's a little bit extra glue here. Don't want to get that in the bearings. Okay, set that aside for a sec. Oh. Okay, these look fine. It's really these tubes are just slightly bigger than what it needs to be. Let me sand down this little inside section here a bit. If this sanding sounds awful in the mic, feel free to tell me to mute, and I will. Where's the top part? Yeah, that's gonna shimmy right in there. That'll be fine. So I think what I'm gonna do, I have some transfer paper. And I'm thinking if I use that, I might be able to have a more accurate thing. Let's get my transfer paper. Let's see, there's white, black. We'll use the blue one. Why not? I think this is actually my first time using this transfer paper. I got it for like Christmas, like 2 Christmases ago, I think. I have yet to use it. But I will use it whenever I do the painting stream because I'm gonna sketch it out first and then use a transfer paper to get the sketch onto the painting. I think the painting stream I'll be doing just, I'm gonna use oil paint. I haven't used oil paint in a while and I really want this to be an oil painting. So it'll be, I'm just gonna do the underpainting, just in like the raw umber. So, alright, let me do this. We're gonna put that there. Get this to... lay where it needs to. this to line up correctly though. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, let's see if I can't get this to go. If I can get this paint key into the drill hole here, it should make a mark. Alright, let's look at that one, see if it made a mark or not. No. It did not. Great. I'm trying to think. I mean, I could put like paint or something and then try that. That didn't work very well last time. We'll see if it works better this time. Oh, geez, I just got paint everywhere. Hate when it does that on me. Just bubbles up out of nowhere at the actual worst of times. Okay. Oh, by the way, and so Naruto Shippuden, I'm on the part where it's going through the tuning exam that that Naruto was not at. So when he was off training with Jiraiya. So those tuning exams right now. That's what I'm doing now. That's where I'm at. Okay, yeah, paint did not work at all. Just because there's like glue and stuff there, so. Okay. We're just gonna have to measure it, I guess. I really should not have licked that because I'm pretty sure it has like WD-40 and stuff on it, but oh well. Speaking of WD-40, I need to put the well in here. Give me that towel. This is the grease one. Let me make sure I shooken it up. R.I.P. J-Man. I know, man. Clean that back up. But like in the Madara fight, you know, it stopped at, so he used the Rune Rebirth to bring Madara fully back. Madara currently only has one Rinnegan. Obito still has the other one and is fighting Black Zetsu. And Madara is trying to get the tailed beast back into the Ten Tails husk. That's where that stopped before it went into the other flashback side arcs. Okay. Let's measure this. Where's my measuring tape? There it is. How long have I been streaming? 2:44? That's good. Okay, so this is... what is that? 5/8? Yep. And 5/8. Make sure they're all 5/8, 5/8. Yep. 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 Okay. So put that on the ground. This has a pretty good outline of the edge, so I'll be able to measure 5/8 from that edge and mark where I need to drill. And then I'm just going to double check how far it is from each corner. So that would be about 7/8. Okay, so they're all good. I can go ahead and drill now. Drill the pilot holes for the bolts. So let me find the right size here. I believe I used this one. Okay, I can unplug this hot glue gun first off. There ain't no reason for this to just be going. Okay. I'm gonna cough. Hold on. I didn't think you wanted to hear that. Give me that drill. That power tool drill. There we go. Cool. Okay, give me a second here to make some space. I have a place to drill. This needs to go back in here. With that. Okay. Okay. Goodness gracious. All right. Jeez. I'm gonna go slowly. Trying not to splinter the wood in the back. I splintered the wood in the back. It's fine. I'm pretty sure every single one is gonna splinter in the back, but it's fine. That's what happened with the other ones. I've put tape on the other ones and I just don't feel like doing it. It didn't make much difference. Oh. Let's see what the damage is on the other side. About the same. That's fine. I don't care. Okay, next one. As long as I don't drill into my leg, you know. I say as I almost drill into my leg. Okay, and last one. That one splintered the least, but that's the damage on the back. Just a little bit of splinter on each one. But it's fine. It is okay. Alright. Now what I need to do is take each of these bolts and put them in this. Okay, I need to not throw them on the ground. Alright, let me look on this carpet and see where that bolt has gone. Oh, there's a random washer down there. Interesting. Where did the bolt go? Where has the room gone? I mean, I still have extras, but I would rather not lose these. You know what? I'll probably find it next year. Well, we're down one. Anyways, I was like, this one is fun. I like the song. Look at that. Okay. So I need to change the head of this. There we go.
Hello?
What is that? That's too tiny to see. I'm gonna try this. Thank you for the follow. Diki Makanisi. I tried it. I tried. It's Turkish. Okay. That makes more sense. Can you write it phonetically? Like, is it like the I, D-I-K? Is that like Deek? Like, are the I's like is, ease, or eyes? I got sh at the end. I like the vowels. Are the vowels like the I? Is it like a short I, a long I, or like a sounds like an E? Okay, that's one. I am building props for my WINTERGUARD students. They have their show this year is a figure skating theme. So color guard is like the flags and rifles and sabers and stuff, along with dancing. But their performance is a ice skating theme. So I have these props that go on the floor that they stand on, and it spins, so they can spin kind of like an ice skater. And I'm fixing some of them because they were glued on with epoxy, and that wasn't strong enough, so I now have to bolt them down. Oh, jeez. Their first competition is this weekend, so I'm trying to like make sure all of this is like done and dusted and ready. That way we can rehearse, get some good rehearsals with their finished props. Okay, come on. There we go. Where's the less? I need the less sharp Phillips head. That's fine. Yeah, I don't have a flag with me, but I do have a saber right here. So I can show you an example of the saber that we use. So it is metal. The ones they use have like a composite, like a plastic type handle, hilt, but this is a metal hilt, and then this is the plastic here. So the basket, the handle, the whole thing is the hilt. The blade is metal. It's currently wrapped up in electrical tape, and then at the tip, this one's kind of ratty, but at the tip it usually has people will put different kind of paddings in it. Usually I just put like a tissue or a napkin, but some have like a rubber tip that they put and then tape over. But you write choreography with it and you dance like a regular spin. Hold on, let me get my cord out of the way. It's just like, you know, and you can spin it. This is the basic spins that we do. So we spin those, we spin rifles that aren't real rifles. They're just blocks of wood that are kind of cut into the shape of a rifle. They have a little leather strap and a plastic bolt. And then the flags, they're 6-foot aluminum poles with rubber stoppers on the ends. And then you have a design on the flag that goes with the theme of your show. But it's like an artistic performance program. There's costumes, and the floor we practice on we perform on like a vinyl tarp, and a lot of people will have designs and pictures on it to go with their show. And then of course you have a soundtrack that goes with it as well. In the fall season, Color Guard is outdoors with a marching band during like a halftime show at football games. But Winter Guard is just the Color Guard, and it's indoors, and it's like main reason is competitive. Oh my goodness. Okay, if I can just line this up right. Brother! This is so annoying. This is the annoying part of these. It's getting them right into the right spot. Might need to make this hole a little bit bigger. I'm losing my patience. Got it. And then put the last one in. Oh, okay. Bye! Get you some sleep. Yes, please, please, please go to sleep if it's 6 a.m. Goodness gracious. Bye. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, moment of truth to see if this actually is... I did my measurements right. I think I drilled that one in a little sideways. Yeah, this one I drilled in a little crooked. Easy fix. Oh, that left a little divot in my desk. Oh well. Okay. How far off? This shouldn't be off. I think they're just crooked. let's take these all the way out first. And see how far off. Oh, it's barely anything. Let me get this one all the way down so that I can see how that's gonna... Okay, so those are all the way in, and it makes this flush to the thing. I think if I... I just put it in at a slight angle and fudge it a little bit. Is it going in now? It's not going in. That one might just need a... Might just need to make that hole a little bit bigger on that one. Maybe I can use a... I measured them all. I'm not sure why that one would have been off. Yeah, they look right. Okay, this one can definitely be finessed. Let's see if that's... Okay, that one definitely finessed. Got it. This third one, I think I do need to make... See, if I put it at an angle, it could fit. I could make it work. Yeah, that one's just gonna have to be extra finessed here. I don't think that's actually gonna fit. I'm gonna have to, like... It just sucks because I actually measured it and I don't think it's... Okay, let's try that. See if that'll work better now. I'm hitting everything with everything. I'm throwing stuff around. We finessed it! We finessed it, guys. We finessed it. We made it. Okay. All four are... Okay. And it spins. So now that that task is over, now we add the 4 bolts. Or nuts, the 4 nuts. We did the bolts, now we do the nuts. And now it's time for a tiny wrench. Okay. Ooh, my back. Okay. I can feel the stress just like leaving my body with every task I get done, and I'm just like getting lighter and lighter, you know, as each step is completed. Yeah, I feel bad because Wakinski asked me what the history of hot glue was, and I said, yeah, I'll look it up for you, and then I didn't. But you know what? Once I finish this, I'll take a look on Google, and we can see. I know he's not here right now, but at least VOD watchers will be able to see what the history of hot glue is. Okay. Alright, I see it now. Okay, I got it on. Let me lift this up just a little bit. Okay. Now we can tighten that just a little. Ever so gently. Gentle. It needs to be screwed up a little bit more. Are you able to see view counts on the VODs? Yes, whenever I go in, go on my my channel like in creator view, under the video content, it shows the views on the VODs. Also, I'm starting to upload them onto YouTube, so I made a YouTube channel just called Nelmsy without the underscore, where I upload the VODs. Because Twitch doesn't hold like all of them, like they delete them after a certain amount of time. The bolt fell off. Or the nut fell off. Lower it down just a little bit. This is such a... Okay, deep breath. No! No! Dang it. It fell off. Get back on there. There we go. This is so... Okay, I think I got it. Oh, perfect. Now I can tighten it fully. I need to get the other drill head because this one is too sharp of a Phillips head, and I'm afraid it's gonna strip my screws. Okay. I gotta flip this over. So I gotta countersink it. There we go. One down. You said. And you didn't tell me. I'll give you 2 subscribe for my personal channel and the channel window if it is. Oh yeah, I told Wakinski. I forgot to tell you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My loyal mod. My loyal brother in mod. This one is next. Press it. Oh. This is always such a hassle trying to get the nut to line up with the bolt. Alright, let's lower it down a little bit. Okay. Now let's try that again. Up there. Yep. Now raise it up a tiny bit. Okay. Goodness. Alright, now slowly tighten that onto there. Okay. Now I think I can flip it over in countersink it. There we go. Looks good. Make sure it's still good. Oh, nope, something's wrong. See, this happened with the other one too. Like it got sticky and I had to replace it. Like, I don't know what that's about. Why it does that. Because, you know, I checked it on every step of the way. It was fine. And then now that I've screwed it down, it starts sticking to something. I don't know what it's sticking to. And there's no use in doing the other two bolts if it's going to stick like this. We got to take the bolts off. We were so close. We were so close. So close. Deep breaths, guys. Take deep breaths with me. Okay. Yeah. See, now it's better. So when I put those two down, what is it that caused it to do that? So this is a little lifted, I guess, on this side. Like it's not sitting quite flush with the bottom. Let me do this. Let's take... Let's take this off for a sec. Maybe I just need to sand the bottom a little bit more before I screw this in. So let's put these nuts and bolts back in the box for a sec here. Let's sand it a little bit more on the bottom here. Because I feel like it's maybe happening because the metal doesn't sit flush with the wood, so it bends a little, and so the bearings aren't on a flat surface anymore. So I just need to make sure that everything sits flush. Let's see where we're at with that. This is still... It is catching a little on something. I think it's fine though. Let me see if I set this down, if it's gonna sit flush on the... Hold on 1 second, I got you. Yeah, this looks like it's... And I'm like, I'm afraid it's bent from where I pried it to. I don't know if that's from the glue or from... I think it's from the glue, actually. Yeah, I need to sand that glue down more. I need more sandpaper. You know? Oh, I have a hair in my eye. Okay, oh, I do have sand more. I found more. Okay, perfect. Bunk a little bit lower. Let's see how that's sitting now. Okay. looks actually a bit more flush there on that side. But then this side looks. Like it spins, and then when I put the bolts in it, it didn't spin. I don't know what that's about. There is something in my eye. So give me a second. I need to get something out of this eye. Okay, I think it was a piece of glitter that was in my eye. Okay. Now. I have a sneaky feeling that the metal may be bent from where I pried it off. Yeah, tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna put a fresh, just like I did with the other one, I'm gonna put a fresh one on here. And if it doesn't work, then we know it's not the thing, it's the glue. So, because this only took a couple seconds, so I'll just do that again. WD-40. And this is actual grease, not just regular WD-40. Dry off excess. Okay, now let's put this on top of here and see how it lines up. Go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start putting the nuts and bolts back in, and we're going to see if it lines up well. I mean, if it spins well. If not, we'll know that we need to sand this even more. This is just going to be a bunch of sanding if this doesn't work, but let me actually line this up first. All in. Okay, it's spinning. Now once we put the nuts on, we'll see if it really is the glue that's the issue. Okay. Start with this one. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. Okay, let's test that with just one. Still good. Next one. Okay, that's the crooked one. We're gonna wait to do that one. We'll do this one over here. That much. I can tighten it. Okay, now with two, let's test it. It's grinding a little bit. I don't know what it's, but it is spinning. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. This is riveting stuff. This is gonna let me. Okay, it's fine. Still spinning freely. There's a little bit of squeaks happening. That's okay. Last one. So maybe it is that the issue was when I pried them off, I bent the metal. And that's what messed up the bearings alignment. Okay. Okay. Real moment of truth. It spins. They all spin freely and they're all bolted down. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. So, we've got our ribbon to go. We've got our ribbon to go on the front of their podium prop. And we've got their 3 spinners bolted down and spinning. Only took 4 hours. It only took 4 hours to do. I don't get paid enough for this. Listen, teaching color guard to like a high school that, you know, they're still a beginning program. You know, you don't get paid a lot, right? You don't get paid the big bucks to do that. It's not like I'm teaching drum corps or I'm not teaching a world-class color guard. But I don't want to use the fact that I don't get paid a lot as a reason to not care a lot. I care about these students. I care about what they get out of my teaching, right? I want to give them something that they love. Even if I'm not getting paid, I'm still going to go above and beyond and give all of my effort. Just because I love color guard that much. So if I'm going to sit here for 4 hours and plus all the other work that I did on those props, like if I'm going to sit here and spend all my time making their props, so be it. If I'm not getting paid extra for it, I don't care, because I want them to have a good show and I want them to have something they remember. I want them to make, you know, high school memories. And hopefully I instill in them some kind of passion for this activity, at least some kind of, you know, a percentage of the passion that I have for this activity is enough for me. That maybe they can choose to continue it outside of high school. Maybe they do color guard in college, or maybe they do an independent group, you know? Maybe they like it so much that they do drum corps, you know? You don't have to be from top of the line programs that have like elementary, middle schools doing color guard. as like JV programs, and then you get into your high school and your varsity program and you compete in scholastic world class. Like, even if you come from a novice class guard in high school, if you care and if you have a passion for it, and you take the time to practice, you could do drum corps. You could do a world-class drum corps. It only takes effort. It really only takes effort, determination, and passion. You gotta like the thing that you're doing if you're gonna put that much effort into it. And I instill some kind of passion into my students. So even if I don't get paid extra for it, even if I spend 4 hours making a ribbon that's only gonna be seen at 4 competitions, I'll do it because I love it that much. Well, let me look up the history of hot glue real quick, because I told Walkinski I'd do that, even though he's not here right now. We're gonna look up the history of the history of hot glue. Okay. Let me get this up for you. Okay. The history of hot glue. All right. Glue guns direct. Let's look at that. History and development of the glue gun. Okay, here we go. Paul Cope. How much do I gotta read? There's a bunch to read. Actually, it's not too much. Here we go. Are we ready? I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit so we can hear my awesome dictation here. Okay. I hope we're all listening. Many sources claim Paul Cope invented thermoplastic adhesive in the 1940s. It was an alternate to water-based glue, which often failed in humid climates. However, many texts mention thermoplastic adhesive before this point, even as early as 1907. George Schultz polygun. Early hot melt glues were applied using a brush or poured from a pot. This was messy, time-consuming, and often left users with burns and blisters. In 1954, George Schultz was said to have invented his polygun, the first glue gun. The technology was simplistic, and loading the glue was difficult. But the gun was a crucial innovation across industries. It claimed that 3M bought the rights to his technologies in 1973, even though there are no early patents for the polygun at all. Early glue gun design influences. While not a glue gun, Myers and Tennant's 1949 plastic extrusion gun, left, had some influence over early designs, and was referenced in many patents. This gun was made to produce fishing flies, with plastic melted and extruded onto fishing hooks. It used long riveted plastics like hot melt glue sticks. Similarly, Hans C. Poulsen's 1965 portable thermoplastic cement dispenser, on the right, had some influence over hot glue gun design, and perhaps the idea of melting adhesive within the tool itself. Carl Weller, the inventor of the glue gun? In May 1971, Carl Weller filed a patent for a tool that dispensed thermoplastic material, and he's often said to be the inventor of the glue stick glue gun. The patent abstract describes the invention as an electrically heated glue gun having an elongated tubular melt chamber for receiving a solid adhesive rod. The Nordson AD-25. The Nordson AD-25 hot melt handgun arrived in the market in 1973. Nordson described the tool as a self-contained melting feeding unit designed to increase productivity and reduce high assembly costs. For its time, the gun was pretty impressive. but it didn't perform too well within the glue gun market. The glue gun revolution. By the mid-1970s, a glue gun revolution was in full flight, with many engineers working to advance glue gun design, and many patents were filed. In 1974, Herbert C. Dickey filed a patent for an air-assisted glue gun. It's believed to be the second pneumatically controlled 43mm gun. Robert L. Ornstein, 43mm glue gun. In 1976, Robert L. Ornstein filed a patent for the second 43mm industrial glue gun. His tool was a predecessor of the TEC 3200 we know today. Although it's undergone multiple design changes, the basic functioning is almost the same. The Plastitherm PG751. The Plastitherm PG751 was compatible with sleeved glue slugs, acting as a seal within the tool. The gun was actually developed locally by Tivoli K in Barrie. Their range of guns also included Minimatic, Hypermatic, and Supermatic models. The guns were sold around the UK from 1973. And from 1979, we sold the Plastitherm PG751, trading then as the Kenyon Group. The TEC power adhesive. The TEC range began in 1974 with the Hypermatic TE glue gun. The Hypermatic TE was the second all-electric industrial 43mm glue gun available. Previous models accepting shaped glue sticks and slugs were aimed at the DIY markets. The Hyper TE was the starting point for many modern-day industrial glue guns, available with a basic range of glues. It was suitable for a select few tasks. At the time, key applications included shoe manufacture, packaging, and carton sealing. The TEC 2000 left. I don't see. Up here? Oh, left. Maybe. I don't know. Model came into the market in 1978, another predecessor of the modern TEC 3200. The design was revolutionary at the time thanks to its flick standby switch. An upgraded TEC 2001, right, was released soon after with an auto standby function. The same feature is built into the current 3200. After further upgraded, the robust TEC 3010 was popular throughout the 1980s and 1990s. 3 decades of designs led to the current TEC glue gun range, including the 3200. Today's glue guns. Today, a vast range of TEC glue guns are available, each with its design strengths and suitable applications. The guns range from small, craft glue guns to industrial, heavy-duty glue guns. Cordless guns can be taken straight to the point of application instead of bringing elements to the gun. Bulk systems of workstations can allow users to glue effortlessly, even hands-free, without losing control over glue flow. Spray glue guns can offer an open time of 6 minutes with an instant bond over 2 meter squared materials. The development in glue gun design and technology have allowed it to become a truly versatile and valuable piece of equipment for users in a variety of industries. While glue guns have evolved over time, so have the glues. Tech Bond glues now come in many different forms, including dots, sticks, slugs, pillows, and cartridges. There's even more variation within the glue forms. These can come in different sizes and for different applications. Glues can vary massively in set time, viscosity, tack, and temperature. Low melt glues are available for heat-sensitive materials. Even pigmented and glittered glues are available for arts and crafts. Then they stock a bunch of stuff. Thank you, gluegunsdirect.com, Kenyon Group Limited, for your history and development of the glue gun. Okay, that was for Walkinsky, who's not here right now, but he asked for the history of hot glue. So he got 2-in-1, history of hot glue and history of the hot glue gun. Alright, it is 11:10 p.m. I have streamed for over 4 hours. Once again, that's 2 days in a row. One of these days, I will get several streams where I get an average of 4 viewers. This is probably going to be an average of 1 viewer. I'm not going to lie. Not a lot of people came in. We did have a guy from Turkey come in. Dikish, Dikish, Dikish. Dikish, Dikish. Maybe it's Dikish. I don't know. I have glitter, I think, on my... It's fine. You know what? I'm gonna go get some water. I am gonna get a snack. I am gonna take a shower. And then I am gonna go to bed. Well, I gotta brush my teeth too. And floss. And those things. You know, and go potty. But I'm done. I've done my things. We're not doing daily games today. It's too late. I'm tired. I'm not doing another hour for daily games. Welcome back. I'm saying goodbye. You missed the history of the hot glue gun saber. I'm so sorry. You can catch it next. You can catch it on the VOD if you'd like. I have a YouTube channel now. Nelmsy. No underscore. It's the same profile picture. So, this is a great song to casually exit from. Right. I'm sleepy. I need water. So, I'm ending stream. Next stream could be Friday. Probably not. It's not gonna be on Friday. It's not gonna be on Friday. Most likely next Tuesday. It's gonna be next Tuesday. It's gonna be next Tuesday. At 7 p.m. As always. Probably like 7:05 because it always takes me like 5 extra minutes to get set up because it's a lot of wires. It's a lot of things I gotta set up. I'm so sorry. Sorry you had to see that. Yeah. Hopefully I really want to do the painting stream, so I will do my underpainting of a painting I've been wanting to do for a while. So we will do that next week while Lightning Blade plays. What is it? What is this like? They're like... I'm so sorry. I'm gonna stop now before it gets worse. Anyway, love you, mean it. This is for you. You can take it. Peace out, Girl Scout. Goodbye. 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 Here's a smile.